Hi, I'm back. So I literally, I'm literally eat it. I'm literally eat it. I'm literally an eat it. I'm an eat it. Let's just play. Interesting. Why didn't you the other one? It's weird, it's weird. Anyway, anyhow, I haven't actually. I have not. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, literally. It doesn't wanna. It crossed. No, it will not. I refuse for the request, but I can open up my. What is happening? What is happening, dude? What is happening? That is my game, but where's my where's my where's my shit? Come on, that scary sound. Dude. Thank you, Not. Thank you, Not. Thank you, Not. Hello there. Um, about you, my friend. About you, really. Been not one can be. Understand what you say on your mind. It is what join capital police. What is work then? What is the sound of it? What is the sound? Can you can you hear it now? Why is it not updating the shit? Which am I the only one who's hearing this shit? Right? You kidding me? What this is? Wait, it like honestly what? But it worked. It worked. No way, no way. Power. Come on, shut up, dude. Shut up. How about this? How about this? Oh my god. Oh my god. God have mercy on my soul, dude. God have mercy. God, please. My god, what is this noise? Oh my, it's horrible. It's horrible, dude. My god. My god. Okay, it works, so. Oh my god, what is this sound? My god, you crazy. Oh no. Do you hear this? Shut the fuck up. What is that? Shut up, dude. Literally, what the fuck? The fuck, dude? Dude. What is that noise? What is that noise? Hello? What is that noise? Again, this noise relaxes up. I don't know. What the fuck? Is it the weather though? Is it broken, dude? Is it just broken? Like, is the music just broken, dude? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? But is it because I have... Honestly, it may be because I think I'm freaking out. It's literally maybe because of voice meter, dude. Like, what is it? I mean, there's not much point on it. My god. Is it because of voice meter or what? I honestly have no idea what is happening, dude. Oh my god. What is happening? I can hear to this. I cannot listen to this, dude. The music is annoying. The weather though. But my step is fine. Look at it. It's fine. Never mind, dude. The game is fucked, dude. The sound is horrible. Like, what the fuck? This is not voice meter, dude. It is voice meter. Wait a minute. Hello? Hello? Okay, you can hear me now. That is nice. Okay, now it's fine, dude. The audio is back to normal. Jesus Christ, that makes me worry for no reason, dude. It actually scared me a bit, which is kinda crazy. Hopper. Hopper. Give me this. Give me cable. It should work pretty good. Where is my cobblestone? I mean, nether deep slate, that is. Proper deep slate, I mean. You should do it, no? Wait, give it filter, no? Filter. Now let's see. Still not increasing, no? Why did it go? Why though? Why is it not doing things? Is it doing things? Please do things? Please do things? Let's take that for example and get this. Maybe I just need to do this. Check matching. Interesting. Item filter. Just take it from here to there, no? Honestly, let's try this. Drawer. No, I have drawer. So if it's filled, then we have a wait, it's filled. It is filled. No. No? It just filled automatically without me doing anything though. So that didn't work. Let's try filter. I already installed it. So if I maybe this allow matching maybe? No, nothing. How this worked? Interesting, interesting. Wait, do I need to connect the cable to this maybe? No, it still didn't work. I mean, how did I do it last time though? Interesting, interesting. Still one pull up. Wait, it's my shooter. I forgot. Interesting, interesting. Filter is empty. If I press this, nothing happened. Interesting. But why though? Why nothing happened? Interesting. Bombs. Like this. What the fuck? That That's not what I want. That's not what I want to do. Let's lock this one now. Let's do some experiment. What the fuck? What the fuck? You... This... Like that? No, what am I doing? Don't wanna waste time for this. Hopper. Hopper. Wait, this is Hopper. I need... Wait, is it only Hopper? Table, inventory. Yeah, it's only Hopper. Interesting. I still keep doing that. But if I just directly point it that way. Oh, guys. Table. Now I need a filter. Let's check matching. Interesting. How about I make this? But I think I'm getting confused, dude. This works. It works though. It works. Like what the fuck? I gotta take this and then put it like there. It's built to this. How amazing. But what if I connected it? It's going to work the same. It worked the same, exactly. Exactly the same. Wait a minute, it didn't work the same. But it's only putting it up one by one now? Weird. Why does that happen? But that is what happened. Maybe? Item filter? Give me that. What is the setting here? Match component? No, it's match component and recheck matcher. Interesting. But if I allow matching though? How about that? Only one? It won't... No, it won't do that. Interesting. Recheck match. And then it doesn't want to. This doesn't want to do it. But if I decide this, yep, it failed. But if I it don't want to do. Wait, what? Oh, it want to? How ridiculous. Can I take this? What is happening? Honestly, what is happening? If I, for example, do this, it drain. I need this to inventory connector. Wait. So why is my shit not working, dude? Honestly, I'm confused. I'm so confused. What is happening? get it. Match component done. Interesting. Let's move everything here, maybe. We have a winner who are shooting me over. I mean, I just need to check this now. Why do I keep doing this to myself? You kid. Now let's check. So let's try this. Be done. Let's see. A hopper here. So it goes in. Let's see. And then set a filter. It didn't work. What the fuck? What if I do exactly as I did though? Will that work? Like this, I mean. This shit. It's full of shit. Don't get it why it didn't work. Now it works. So what is wrong? empty. Yes, it's empty. I just need to take this, put it here, take, and then just dump this off. Let's see. E, give me that, give me this, that. Okay. It didn't work. If I put it, that's actually doesn't make sense at all. So what you're saying is I need to fucking make it on the side, huh? Like this, you mean? Which is annoying actually. So instead of that, how about we just do this? Just do this, then destroy this, and then give me my fucking hopper there, and then give me my cable there. Now it should be working. Should be working, I mean. Should be working though. What bullshit is this? Wait, I need filter. I forgot. Filter? Nice. Yep, it's working. Working once. Wait. Wait a minute, what? What the fuck? But why only one item? Keep only revealing one item though, they should. Wait, but if I decide this and take this, no, that's not what I want. Place it here, this, then make it here. Okay, that's work basically. But that's it. Really, that's it. You won't add onto my fucking yodel shit. How about down? What the fuck is going on? You seen this? The fuck? You're seeing this? The hell? Honestly, what the fuck, dude? I'm actually pretty confused. I need this. Why did I put it down? I'm so confused. Why didn't it work? Item filter on. Item filter on. Maybe I need to do this. Like right in front of it, maybe? Let's see how about that. Okay, it's doing nothing right now. Great, goodness. It's still doing nothing. Oh, shit. What am I supposed to do with it? Where does this go though? 823. 2%. What am I saying? It didn't want to. What the fuck is going on? What kind of story is this? Wait, that's a drawer, another drawer, right? Another drawer, what is it called? IO. Input, output. That's what it meant. Let's make this. Match component, done. Still not working, dude. What the fuck? It's connected. I don't know what else you want. But why does it not working now? This is stupid. Beyond stupid, actually. Hmm. It's over? No, why am I stupid? God. What is happening? What people? I drawer? And I use polymetric, yeah. What if I add a extra trim to this? Nothing happened. It's wonderful, good. What if I destroy this? IO console. Huh? Wait a minute. This what I think it is working. Wait a minute. That it. That it. Is that the tag, dude? I know what I mean. That's the tag, though. What the fuck is going on? That's what you want me to do? Why is it not working? Hello? Give me trim. I'm crying. I'm actually crying, dude. What the fuck? It should work, no? I'm actually stupid. I'm actually crying, dude. The fuck? You piece of shit. The day 5? So what is this? Why can it polymorph? Is it because of this? Because of this? Yep, it increased now. If I disconnected it, it increased. Which is quite annoying. But what if I just do this one? This trick called called what is it called? This one. Yep. It should be working. No, it's not working. Please, dude, the shoot. I give up that. Not increasing if it is in the same system, it doesn't want to increase. Ridiculous, isn't it? Why not? I mean, maybe I know why not, but literally that's no reason. I think there's only one way to work it. Maybe. And piston. But I need magma cream. I need slime too. I don't have slime. Are you shitting me? Who? Okay, I make that. I absolutely make that. Absolutely. Weird. Keep increasing. It's so funky. So funky, dude. The shit. Say. This is so funky, actually. Not the funny. What about you and me? Together we've been. God. What is feeling cabinet doing though? So yeah. The best course of action is doing that shit. So first let's try this. Make it in the middle. And make this like that. And now I just need this, but can disconnect. I just need a piston. And a bit of lime ball. Lime ball. I don't have place powder. I don't have fucking. That is just ridiculous. Actually ridiculous, dude. What do you mean I don't have anything at all? I don't have place powder. I don't place shit. How come? How actually come? I got so many blaze. Best nether process. Process there, this way. Fuck, I'm stupid. How come I have no place to the fuck? Demon, you are dead. Oh my god, that's so much power. Ow. What the fuck? Did I just fall to my death? I'm not cheesing that shit, dude. I'm not just cheesing it. I refuse to cheese it, dude, okay? I hate cheesing shit. Oh yeah. I mean, it's legendary archdemon. Which is insane. So I'm not doing anything with the Damos Fall again. I'm not getting that elite off. If I get one, that is. If it drop, I mean. Come on now. My fucking shit is broken too. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yep, there it is. Why I fall down? You're crazy. Scares me for no reason at all. The problem with shut up. Shut up. Oh my god, I'm dead. God. God. Oh my god, I'm so dead. Yep. Calm, calm. Calm, 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 calm. Calm, calm. Ridiculous. That is crazy. Oh. I just need place, dude. That's shit. What is that? Okay, it's just zombie fight piglin. Nothing to worry about. I just need to see the fortress. Yep. Yappa. 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 Where's my place? What are you? Skeleton? At yours fast. Crazy. Hi. How can you repair this? The shit of a core. Repair. Moderate katana. Grinding, huh? Grinding, huh? Can smack. Amazing, but how do you repair this? Using netherite, you mean? That's crazy actually. I don't want to use netherite on this. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry guys. I'm an idiot. So, like, what a waste. And I need to walk there again, dude. Like, I can't even complain. I choose to do this to myself, dude. Can't even complain, dude. Oh my god. Can't even complain. Can't even complain, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's truly level 3. I thought it was lying to me for a moment. But it's not so. There we go again, dude. I just wanna fucking blaze through, dude. When it's crazy that I have none, though. None, I mean. That I have none. What is that called? What is this used for? We're doing nothing. Where is place though? I don't see any. I should have broken all the fucking spawner, huh? Good thought it would be not beneficial for me to do that. I mean, I see place. It's down, huh? I fall down. Like, oh my god. Come on, please stop. That's it, I'm home. Going home. Crazy, I have none though. What do you mean? Yes. Let's go. Sticky piece on. Yes. King. I'm such a king. I'm such a king. I need a lever. A stone and a lever. I mean, I don't need to search it out though. But this block I have. There it is. Right, I have an upgrade for my upgrade literally now. That's done, and then blocks. Up. How do we do this? Actually, I think I'm placing it down right here. So I think I need the storm diamond. I don't have glowstone. I mean, I have glowstone in the tower. Oh, I'm an idiot. So this is on, in which I need drawer. Ow, it hurt. Then I need a hopper. The table. Actually, fucking page. Ah, yeah. Wonderful. This is supposed to be gold, no? Oh well. And filter. On this side. Yep, it's working quite good. Now I just need to connect this to this lamp. Redstone lamp. Fuck you mean? I don't place it on. That's crazy, mama. You crazy bastard. Now we're done. I got that. And now we're just actually no. You need to place it on here. Here. Then right here. So if it's on, then it's on. System is on, I mean. It's good. Good to here. And then let's change this to be more bulky, sure. But I like it. Quite like it. Let's move this. I mean, bulkier is always better. Huh? Move this. And then I think this needs some help. Like, I mean, this needs to be covered up. Like that, but maybe like that. And then maybe take this. Like, no, it cannot. But it's like this. Then you see like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. Like that. Now like this. And then like that. Boom, boom, boom. This is a force or something. Then make it like this to give it more space. I think I need to texture this a bit better though the next time. But this will do for now. Boom, 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 boom. I'm done. Yep. What is it called? Like, right? And name tag. Minecraft, I can craft them. Where? Anyway, I need this. I need this. Yeah. What else is there to compact? Not much, so. There it is. But I only make 2? That's bullshit. I'm an idiot. I only make 2 slots. Which is stupid of me. Where is my stone? I have no stone, I remember now. I have no stone, and I must scream. Stony Farm, are you on me? Forgotten by the night. I'm forgetting. So I always forget it. Oh my god. Just walk this part. Walk this part. Oh my god, this texturing is kind of bad. Let's go. I mean, do you see this, guys? You notice, right? That everything I walk turn into sculpted version? I mean, is it a bit unrealistic? Yes, but come on now. Isn't that just cool? Look at about realism at that point, dude. Just cool, okay? Rule of cool. Just rule of cool, okay? And I see I still haven't gotten my hand on a fucking torch, dude. This shit. And I need to move this setup to to here, maybe. I mean, yeah. This will be my main operating system. And when it's stone cutter. Where is it? There it is. There. But do I want to do basically tiling? Then some tiles. Okay, this is good. I want to give this some texture. Let's start from the very dark and then move our way to the very. I mean, this one is needed for some exposure. Done deal, okay. Then this lighter, I think this is lighter. So let's do this, replace this. Press this too. Press this. Press this. I see. Oh, that's not it. And I placed two of them instead of breaking one. It's just wonderful. This just, yep. Then this need to be darker. This still need to be darker. Hey. Oh, I need this too to be darker. What am I saying at this point? And this one is need to be darker. One darker. One darker. One darker. Let's see which one of this is more. One is need to be darker, darker, darker. Nice. This one is not need to be darker. Can be normal instead. I think I don't need all my in the one like that maybe. I mean this it can be changed, but this and then that I mean then that. No, this can be like that too. Let's see. I think this one is a bit more pronounced. Which is lighter though. I mean this is better already. Like just decide this. I think we're done. Oh guys. What the fuck am I doing? I Hmm. Is it really out of storage with double different? No. What the fuck? Wait. Diamond upgrade everywhere. What am I doing? I mean I have plans, but I don't know now. I need touch. I think I want to make a golden carrot. Golden carrot, here I come. I'm missing you so much. No, I'm not, the fuck. Die, I forgot. Anyway. No, this one need to be that, okay? It's great now. And this one is need to be destroyed. Hopefully. Wait, this one is missing. Cream. One. Come on. Come on. Can jump the tire apparently. It's quite annoying. think this one. This one. Okay. It's looking good now. Accepted one. Which is that. Okay. I think looking nice. Pretty nice. Pretty nice, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Right on the forest already. Yes, I need to get some more chairs. Space. Perfection. Space. I don't need all this. Hoopla, hoopla, hoopla. I see. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. 10k. Is it? I'm just helping the. There's no way, dude. There's no way. There's just no way. This stuff. Net drawer. I should flip up. You get. What do you mean? Day 50. Oh my god. Then anything better? Really? So that's all that is. Come on now. Enough chairs. Oh, I wonder why. Anyway. Ten. Okay. Lock. Diorite and granite. Where's my granite though? Salt. Stuff. Netherrock. And my granite. Okay, this is tough. Granite here. Right here. Netherrock here. What is this for? Tough maybe. And if this tough, yeah, it's tough. Wait. Oh, that's crazy. Need to flop this. Let's stop. Na-na-na-na. 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 Nice. Start. Okay. Drawer. Give me that. Then come back to drawer. What is this? Person. Person is here. What is this? That is. Nope. Nope. This one. Then that one. Then I need compacting drawer. Which I need this one. Cool. I cannot. This is far on me now. When everything else I think. Cannot understand. I think. Cannot believe I can. Down there. Understand what you mean to you. Okay. What is it again? Every single part of me clearly has to sing that is part of me. I should not believe you. Everything goes. I need another one. I need another one. I need another one. And hold me as you come. I could not have fully understand what to do. It was terrifying about me and you together in this way. Believe me. What is happening to it? Barb? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yes. Perfect. I mean, yeah. Basically perfect. Don't you notice how I pretty much less I do? I cannot quite believe if only things happen to be real. That is part of me quietly believe. Every part of me. Let's move the fucking. Let's move the smoking system here. Let's move this fullness here though. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? It auto pave my way though. I mean it's a bit unrealistic like I said before, but it's nice. So what else? What else to say? Can I make more bookshelf? Bookshelf. I need book. Okay. I don't know. Can I make this? No. Can make it. Good. What is it called? Lapis. Right, lapis. Bubbled on the side. Interesting. Nope. Still not. No, Peter. Whatever. Think I'm searching for netherite or something after this. After I'm making the room better. Let's do the. Let's do the. Let's do the shit. Do the floor. What? That's what I mean. Dun dun. Dun dun. But this is weird actually. Let's do this though. Dun, 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 dun. Why is it dark already? And it's nice, dude. Just cozy. Cannot understand. Remember me done. What else there to put though? Tough maybe? Tough. Tough. Really good. Nice. What the? What the? Pretty good. This plate's pretty good. Let's make that. Okay. Let's contrast it a bit. So we're probably going to be from right here. So I'm thinking we need a bit of dirt and some plank. Dirt and some plank. No? Oak. I have no output. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Eh. I will not ever understand you. Why so small? Nothing that. Oh my god. What am I building with this again? What am I doing? I'm building with it. Idiot. Cannot believe when everything is much better. Cannot suddenly believe you are still part of me. You notice how, even if it's bad or not, I will not believe what you believe. Let's move. This part here. Gung ho. Gung ho. Oh. I mean, should I play right now? Wait, why is this a stair? Wait, this is not a stair. Wait a minute. That is so crazy. I should make this a stair. That's better. That's better already. Anyway, I'm thinking of making this as my shit. That's my plate, but 8 stuff. What the fuck is my plate? Oh, here it is. I'm a stupid idiot. I'm sorry. Nice. Plated. Plated up, dude. It's my storage room now. So yeah. Now that, and this. And this. Amazing. Now where do I put my... let's see, let's do this. Under here. Under where? Under here. Then that. And then we do smoker. And this. Then we got here. Actually, never mind. Do this. This. We do this. And then do this. And then... what the fuck? Where's my furnace though? Where's my furnace, bitch? It's gone? The world edit? Oh, I'm stupid. Somersault. Somersault, dude. Like that. and then just right here, here, and here. And now just give this some routing, cabling, I mean. I need trim and cable. I need trim, cable, and more the trim. Let's make it. What is this? That. Oh, silly. Back button, huh? I see, I see. Wait. Priority! Oh my god, this is what I've been wanting this whole time, dude. Idiot. Yes. Oh my god. This is what I want this whole time. Am I stupid? Am I actually stupid? I don't know what. That is 5k. But now what if I place it there? This is going to be... Yep. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. You can set priority apparently. I mean, I googled it and it didn't give me that answer, so... Is it really my fault? Is it really my fault? Now what? Now what? For this connector? Oh, it didn't connect. Jesus Christ, so I need to add another cable from Indeed. God. So I'm trying to restart. Oh. I need more cable. And it just so I need to blank. Go with this one, make as much as possible. Okay, nice. Now we're crafting this. And this. Okay. But now what am I missing? I don't get them. But I need hopper. Hopper. Okay, I need this. That disconnected it? No, I did not disconnected it. So what's wrong with it? Oh, I see, I see. This was disabled. Now I need to... Do I do this? I need to trim though. So where did this go? Oh, it's registered, but now it's still registered. Interesting. I just connect it this way. And then just move this around a little bit. This is super complicated for no reason, dude. Like that, and then make this like this, and then make it like this. Inventory trim and then inventory trim as well. Rim. There you are. Already 9, dude? Oh my god. So next step is just connect this up together, and we're golden. But we're not golden. But that's crazy. We are not golden. Never mind this. That's a complicated way. Maybe we just like this, then make it like go here, go there, go there, go here, go there. Perfect. And then destroy this and make it like how it used to be. Perfect. Now I can escape. Now I can escape. Perfect. It's so much better now. Let's just theoretically work. Now I need a filter. Need a filter. Oh, not that one. This one. So I need a green wool. I need a string. Boom, 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 boom. Item filter done and dusted. Yep, done. Now I just need to fix the flooring. Nicely done. But then I need to add more filter this way. More hopper. Hopper, hopper, hopper. Hopper. I have no hopper. Stop. Connect. Connect. They make this. Nice. Then give me cover. Stop. Come on. I need more than that. I need chest. This is plan can do. Good. Oh. Lock. There's no lock. I have no lock. And what is it? Come on now. Come on. I'm losing stick. I'm missing stick, I mean. Okay, that's great. This is great. Now I just need to do this. Need to do this. This. And then eventually, I mean right now. Okay. This stuff. And I need to mine this up. Nice. Now I just fill everything here and get my filter like this. Mistake. Time. Oh my god, I'm so running out of time. Come on now. I need coal. Coal. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Why is it not working? Wait, I haven't connected it up. Why it's not working? See? Need cable though? Forgot about that. Why do I dump everything every time though? Cable. I have no cable. Cable. Is it still on the chest? Okay. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted. Now I just need to craft blast furnace. Blast the furnace. That you? That you? Nice. Now I need hopper. You? Let's cut something. Oh my god. If it's only me, this time you would be. Time I don't care about you, really. But honestly, living, what as you could say. And I have you in my sight. I have you anywhere I go. Have you in the time whenever I know it's what to be wondering. If only I could see part of me believe in you. Now what? Hmm. Interesting. Now what to do? I think I'm expanding this a bit. Give me more chests. And trim actually. Like if I am come. More actually more. I want more. I wanted more. Done. Okay. Done. Okay, we're good. We're good. If it's only me. Only me. I think basalt and wait a minute, let's disable. And apple. If it's on too, maybe I can tell. Do I even have sand? Do have sand. Redstone. Gravel. This is basalt. On. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I'm mining for netherite though after literally right now. I mean netherite, here I come. Wait, I need to build up my fucking. Let's do fancy with it. Cobalt. Let's turn it into no. I need netherite, actual netherite. A cobalt metal. I need something more police. Exactly that. Something more police. Actually, I need more. Thanks. Dun. Done. Follow me when. Son, if you could just follow it. Wait, maybe later. Ah, this is too easy. And we're done here. This is so mindless actually. Mindless. Mindless activity. Like literally just go forward. Come on. Am I at the right? No, not the right though. How crazy. What the hell? It crashed, dude. Game crashed. Oh my god, what happened? What happened, dude? Oh no. What the fuck happens? Oh shit. I mean, yeah. Come on. Why does it cross? No way. This could be bad. Could be bad, dude. Could be really bad. I don't want to reset my world. Sure. I said sure. Okay. We are near. Let's see. Why did I guess again? Don't get it. I digress again, dude. Fuck. What is happening though? Hey, you bitch. Just attack up again. Alright. That's no way. What is this? What is this weirdness, dude? I'm just suffering everything for this. Shit, what is happening? It keeps from dropping for no reason, dude. Jeez, that piglin scared me really bad. I thought he's attacking me. Come on now. Bed mining exit. Cool. Where is netherite though? I fell for my ass. Come on. Stop being ridiculous. Come on now, where's my netherite? Why can I destroy fucking cards, dude? The shit? Is this about? See what I mean? What a weird shit. I need netherite, dude. Let's see. Do I even have it, dude? Yeah, I only be. Could never see you in my power. Live on what happened wrong. Where is my netherite? Okay, that is it. Mine it. Okay, that's the slot secured. Come on. I swear I can break Not faster. I can break every other block fine, but not for arts. Like, what kind of bullshit is this? What kind of bullshit is this? See this? What the fuck? Yes. And it, oh my god, that's right. Twin Peaks as demon dude? Stop nothing, get this shit. What am I expecting? Dude? Come on, please, diamond. I mean, here. Already broken it, this shit. Nice underpaw. Easy actually, easy underpaw. Okay, we're going up, up, up. It's our moment. What is the exit anyway? What? Up, up, up. It's our moment. What are you, piglin? Like me? Master Race? Come on. Please. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. See? Shut up, bitch. Come on now. Very close. Oh, it. Oof. Dude. Oh my god. Come on. Okay, well done. It, okay, we're out. Amazing. If it's only me. This is lovely. 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 Don't ask me. Don't ask me shit actually. B is for bug. B is for bad dog, dude. Anyway, I'm doing this again. It needs to be sorted. This is perfect. How much gold I have? How much gold? Not that much actually, but it's good enough for me. Anyway, I have mega addiction to mining. But why does it spawn? Not be able to spawn, no? Is this totally spawnable? This shit? Nice, so much gold. But okay, the biome is just the metal, which is cool. Okay, we're still mining for netherite. Come on. There it is. How much was that? Only two? Only two, dude? Jesus Christ. Come on. This is fun, yo, mining like this. There's no other way to describe it, but fun. It's really amazing. It is. Seven? Wait, only one, dude? Jesus Christ. Come on, mine. Okay, I missed this. That's two. Wait. Can make two netherite now. Of course, not enough for me. I need all the netherite I can have it. Nice. Oh my god, that's such a big find. 17! That's literally 8. 8 right there. I think. Or unless I miss something. I miss another netherite, I mean. But that's 8. I'm just short amount of time. Crazy. I slay. Now I'm questioning my math, dude. Is it true? Is it A? I mean 9? 17? It's A, no? Like, like it's A. It should be A. Come on. Come on, where are you? I accidentally went. It crashed. Sorry, it crashed. Jesus Christ, it crashed again. I don't know why though. Is it cause I'm mine too fast or another reason? I don't know. Anyway. Why do I missing a dog, dude? Where's my what the fuck? Interesting. Hmm. Why don't I have same for dogs on my OBS, dude? Like what? It's been 2 hours already? Oh my god. How am I doing? What am I doing, dude? One. Am I cutting, dude? Is my word cutting? Because it seems like it is the case, dude. I'm seeing my audio mixer and it's cutting whenever I talk, dude. Maybe not that, but actually now. But just a moment ago, dude. Oh my god. I think it's because I tried to break that specific block, dude, which is crazy. Actual crazy. Actually crazy. Yep. It does again. I don't know what about arm, what where I can see. I can speak. Come on. I'm not breaking that block again, dude. It cursed my game so bad. Again, dude, what the fuck? Oh no, it's not. Oh, it crashed again. Because let's clear this out. Because I have too much of this. I thought it was because there's too much item, on me because of the magnet and stuff. But it doesn't seem like the case. Anyway, distant quest. The fuck. Netherite. One, 2 actually. So I think I'm near almost 5 netherite, dude. That's pretty good. But for my ass, dude, shut up. I think I'm breaking everything though. Like literally everything. I need all the netherite I can have, dude. Crazy. Like, I need it all. I mean, it would be level 5 if I keep using the same one, maybe. Blackstone kinda annoying though. Like, yeah. Get it, bro. You're tough like that, not like your brother netherite over here who died so easily. You tough. That's how Tesla. Oh my god. The most annoying fucking biome, dude. I would rather die than mining diamond on them. For real. Only is 19. Level 4, what is going on, dude? One. That's it, dude. Did I break so fast that it didn't register? Or did I... Or is it disabled, dude? I see that, no, dude, don't worry about it. I see that. 27? Oh my god, this mod is kinda broken, yo. This LPG shit. I mean, wow. It just gave me so much stuff. Diamond, netherite, everything, dude. Like, what do you mean? Crazy. Like, not really. I was nervous for a moment there because that zombie flat piglin has armor. It's only rare though. It's not even epic. Actually, which is better? Which is stronger? Elite or rare though? Ambient color? It's epic, so it's epic. Epic is stronger than rare, so that makes sense, I guess. Yes, netherite. Oh my god, so much netherite. I only pay 30 only single drop from that. Unbelievable. My god, I have so much gold. My god, actually so much gold. You think you can fucking fool me by running away though? I know who you are. You wanna shoot me in the head. Not another right. Cool. Yep. 35. Amazing. Whatever. I'm breaking everything though. Like so much of everything. Come on. Come on, give me netherite. Give me more ancient debris. What's happening there? Why is it not breaking? Oh my god. Oh my god, where's my ancient debris, dude? Where's my netherite scrap? Oh my god. I see that, don't worry about it. I see it. I'm just... Okay. 43! Oh my god. 10 netherite, dude. Almost 11. Crazy. Dark grass there. More. .48. 5 from that thing, I think. Unless you fucking see that I mine another one. It's other you will do. But anyway. Come on, faster. Shit. Come on, where is it? Let's go another direction though. It's gonna dry up really fast. Mind this. Shit. Oh yeah. Are you rare? Yeah. Come on. Where is it? Oof. This stuff. Come on. Where are you? Level 1, nice. There it is. 49, only one. I guess. After this, I think I'm making some kind of farm in the overworld. But not a mob farm though, that's banned. That's banned for me. By myself, I mean. That's banned by myself, okay? I had mob farm. It's really useless. I mean, it's really overpowered, that's why I banned it. Because what if they spawn legendary there? That would be insane. If legendary spawn and I get to kill them for free, that's basically cheating at this point. At that point, I mean. I see nothing. I see everything. That's Nahida. I think. If I remember correctly. That's Nahida. from the hit game Genshin Impact. I love that line actually. Shit. Shit. Come on. Please, where is it? Interesting. There it is. Okay. The durability is forgetted, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. How about the hammer, but netherite? 5k, that's barely an upgrade. But this one though, really an upgrade. But literally, what is that crafting dude? Are you kidding me? You kid, right? The crafting is insane. Netherite block, 3 of them? Oh my god. I mean, it's doable with this mod, but are you insane, dude? How am I supposed to get that in regular Minecraft, dude? Come on, please. Shut up, dude. Sorry, I'm talking to myself because I just imagined of something bad happens. Because I'm doing something so mindless right now. This often happens, you know? You know the feeling, right? I'm not alone. Of course, I'm not alone, dude. What am I saying? Like, thinking. What am I even saying anymore? Yeah. Crazy. How much gold I have? Oh god. Oh god. That's funny. I just laugh at an accidental joke that, like, oh my god. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Me at this point. Fuck me. Move, bitch. And bitch. You see me, dude. Shit. Fuck. I need to heal. Fucking bitch. Fucking bitch. I won't let you shoot me. Fucking bitch. There's more of them spawning. Aya. Fuck. Fuck me. Fuck me. Shit. Well. Let's just get out. Breaking it all anyway. Yeah. liking it all. Things that I do, something that I could only do, even if it's done, nothing at all. And if what I could is just tell me I don't care about you this way. Wow, wow. Netherite? Yes, wow. 14 of them. Crazy. If only I were the only one here. In the end, won't even matter. You're not saying it. Any other way than believe you're laughing. Wondering if I'm free. I cannot honestly believe a part of me. Oh my god. Everything is locked, right? Yeah. It's evil, dude. I'm evil. Ah, Mikey. Come on. Take it all. Come on. This is so silly, but what am I doing? Oh my god. So much item. I can never believe you're still a part of me. Is the truth really? I believe in you. I make it so true. I'm with you. Every single part of me too. Where is it? There it is. I have no stick, and I must scream. Ridiculous. Come on. Come on now. Do I have a dream? Don't have a dream. I think I need to explore a bit. If I only been you. Let's take up a bar. Where's the stick? Where's my log? This is all stick. Nicely done. Do 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 do. Uh, Come on. Let me have that. Now what to do? Space is pretty nice already. I think I need to explore. But whatever. I need to explore. So I think I need flying on me. I'm going to chop down that tree. What tree? I think after this I'm taking a break. Taking a little break there. Chop down the tree. As I go down. Why is my reach so high though? Is it because of this skill? It's probably because of the skill. Like, yeah, it's so high. Okay, I'm be right back. I'm be right back. Be right back. You know what I mean, this. You know what I mean, right? You're not here to make fun of how I speak, right? It's not the case at all, right? Definitely. Then I need cobble. I need plank. I think that's it though. What the fuck? Giant? What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this, dude? What is the meaning of this? Anyway, be right back. Be right back, okay? Hold on. Let me edit that shit. Okay, bye bye. a giant. Bye. Bye, yes. Um, are you kidding me? Finding chanting is so bad though. Why want to chant that to other murdered? I this giant. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done, dude. Ridiculous, dude. Lovely, dude. Just lovely. With that army, dude, telling me, look at my base. Is that epic too? Epic. My god. What is this fog, dude? So scary. Come on. Where are you? Fine. Level 5, nice. Jesus Christ, that damage, dude. It's not kidding. I'm done. Oh my god, so much damage, dude. How am I supposed to fight that? And how am I even alive, dude? Fuck, he's coming this way. I need to run. Come on, heal faster, bitch. Dude, they spawn again. Fuck. Legendary, dude, legendary. You're sitting me. I'm so fucked. Shit. I'm fucked. Okay. Shit. Shit, bitch. I'm so underpowered with this refine enchanting, dude. I'm deleting it immediately. Calm down. Epic. Shit. Fuck. This is such a drawn out battle, dude. I should not have put carrot in my shit. Chill, chill. I'm out, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out, dude. The shit. I'm out, dude. The shit. Fucking bitch. I'm out, I'm out. I'm out. Guys need to chill. I'm out or time out. Here's where's that fucking piece of shit. It's gone. Thank God, dude. Don't wanna deal with that ever again. Hmm. Hmm. I'm hmm. Interesting. Hmm. Um. Ah. Yeah. Enchantry. What is this? What is this? No, I hate that. I'm searching for enchanting model. Mhm. I think there's no other option though. Yep. I think it's infused time. But for that I need to I try so hard, but refine enchanting is not for me. Like it's just not working for me. Like I don't know what to do. Like I mean, it would be nice if Refine and something have more. If it have more XP gain, dude. If it have more XP gain, it would be nice, dude. But no. This bullshit at this point, dude. At this point, it's just bullshit. Correct backup, yes. Like refine enchanting, which is not, just not great. It takes too long. I mean, it takes too long to enchant anything at that point now. I'm already get fucked and withered away by all the mobs, dude. So whatever. But I love the leveling system though. I wish it's just more great zombie. Thank you, zombie. Wait, I have so much. I now have full, which is nice, I guess. But I have no pepper though. I have no pepper, which is sad. Anyway. Anyway, enchant. I need poop. Jesus Christ. Wait, I need pepper. That's only one way I know how to pepper. I need cutting board potato. Easiest pepper right now is this. Man, this is insane though. Ah. Nice. Come on. How much pepper is this anyway? Done. Done. Oh god. Oh, I don't have any other log, which is sad. 11. Not bad, not bad. Only 5 that. Now this is what I'm talking about. I don't need softness though. I need what is first bite? No, wild aspect, what the I am busy. No other. Being live still unbreaking looking. Wait a minute. Huh? Wait a minute, guys. I should have mending. I should have mending. Delta X. What the fuck? I need threshold enchantment, okay? It's ridiculous that mending is not. Can you wait a minute? Can you remove stream? Can you remove stream from armor? You can just rewire them, so nice, I guess. But this is ridiculous. Yeah. Why is it loading so long? What's happening? Hello? Are you fine? Is the spa shutter? Wait a minute. Where is my wall? No. What the fuck? Hmm. And it's not what is going on? Why is it not loading? Is it bug? Is it bug? What the fuck? Why is it stop loading in? It progress, okay, it's fine. Not fine actually. What I am talking about? Uh hmm. Interesting. Come on faster. Come on. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where's my data pack? I don't understand at this point. Server config maybe? Where? It's all over the. What the fuck? Honestly, I'm so messed up. Why is this mending good? Next bit? What do you mean? Jesus Christ. HH Handyman. Oh, fuck you. I see, I can do mending now. That's stupid. polluting, slowness. Oh, I mean slowness is good. That touch. That touch gives darkness to enemy. People zero. Little goddess zero. Big impact. What the fuck? King Tag. Gluttony. Rightful. Main-based photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is great though. Not bad. And now I need to update this. Thorns, sacrifice. What is sacrifice? Jesus Christ. Why don't add? You know what? Never mind. Sacrifice. What is this? Try enemy. And the scare. Sure. Keeping though, kinda crazy. Just in that system. Sacrifice, never mind that. Don't need that. Cross Vulcan, idiot. At the falling, nice. Power speed. Power speed, yes. That's tighter, yes. 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 Thorns, exactly. And even no. Agility, no. I mean, yes. Back. Sacrifice, no. Long footed, yes. Rabbit foot, okay. I think that just make me damn higher, no? Yep, it's great. Surely I have something else done. Let's see. Action, aspiration, aquatons. Maybe not this broken one though. I'm pretty sure I have something new. Anyway, sleep. My enchanting is level up, so I get so much XP back, dude. Kinda broken. Actually, it's kinda broken actually. Yeah, it's broken. I don't need that. That is called diamond. This one. Let's upgrade them to netherite. Before that, let's see. I'm missing this, but that's bullshit. But how come? How come? I surely did not use all of them. Surely not. Surely not. Surely not, dude. How come? How come? There it is. Like you make it. Dude, I ran out of diamonds so fast. Oh, that's great. This is it, dude. Like, I'm so powerful now. And I will still die. That's just how it is, apparently. I'll just see that, dude? Darkness alive. What is darkness like? Reaper alive? What is that, dude? Darkness alloy. What is it? Oldbringer? Keep it alive, what is it? Like when you are hit, that is. If attacking enemy toughness effect. That's loss. Darkness alloy, higher alloy. Higher is kinda good. Acrobat though, acrobat. The synthesis of what? Pickpocket. What the fuck is pickpocket? The pickpocket, where is it? Pickpocket, where is it? Okay, sorry. I see. Handyman, no. Sacrifice, no. Pickpocket, sure. This is great. Handyman, no. Picker, huh? Picker, night vision, bright vision. Oh, I heard that. Multi-roll, yeah. Illumination? No. The synthesis though. Let us kiss. Power of the sun is really effective. Why am I enchanting that? Fortune, right? Sacrifice gluttony. What is gluttony? What does smell? No. Fortune, efficiency, unbreaking, pain mind, the smell, photosynthesis. Come on now. What is gluttony again? Let's check it. Where is it? E. Gluttony. What is this? Stock up. Okay, that's good. Gluttony is good. That's obviously sick touch, efficiency, unbreaking, gluttony, pain mind, expert, haste, photosynthesis. Let's see, 1049. 1049, okay. I should explore though. But before that, I need to make some food. And you know what? I need food, so carrot, you, carrot. And there goes my gold. How amazing. How amazing. This is good. God damn it. Oh my god. I'm dying. I'm dying. Good. Oh my god. Who puts carrot there? Actually, it makes sense to put carrot up here. And then also here, just sprinkle it. There you go. My god, it's amazing. Come on, okay. I want to make some outpost though. And to do that, I need gold. Gold. Not good, really. 7, only 7. What the fuck? What the fuck, mate? I guess to the mine we go. To the mine we go. Legendary, what is that? To be flat breaking, so it's fine. I need so much gold. Literally so much gold. Oh my god. They're still mad at me. That's it. It's not all. That's right. Not all. Oh. No, this is so easy, dude. This is so easy. That is so easy, what the fuck? Do you hate this? What the fuck? That is spit sound. Fuck. Sound, what the fuck? And main LP. Are you jumping me? Or you're demon? Twickaroo. I don't know the Twickaroo, what the fuck? Much gold? Not that much actually. Don't mind if I do. Wait, I forgot I ran out of diamond. Wait, I ran out of diamond, dude. What am I supposed to do? Let's go home. Just... I think I ran out of diamond, I think. I mean, what? I surely... Did I run out of diamond or am I lying to myself? Level 91, what the fuck? Level 91. The hell? Yes, that scared me. That really scared me. For no reason whatsoever. 3, 4, 5, 6. That is all. And then that is all. Lantern and gold. And lantern. And then campfire. Make them. I need to make them, I mean. Okay. Okay. Now what? This is where all my fucking shit goes. Yes. 41 though, only 41. I mean, yeah, basically. What is there to do? What is there to do? I am but you. Nice food, dude. Green farm. Seven, 6, 7. Come on. Come on, give me something. Give me something good. Give me something good. Come on. Give me ender pearl. Come on, mate. I know you want to give it to me. No ender pearl apparently. Which is bullshit. Wait, ender pearl, nice. Come on. Yep, ender pearl. Oh my god, 7. 7 of them. That it? Nope. Okay. Come on now. That is it. I need more rewards, so dude. Gold, I need gold. Here we go. How amazing. Oh my god. Gold, that's gold. That's enough. Okay. Oh well. I wonder what that is over there. I wonder. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. $28, probably enough, but let's get more. It is enough what I'm talking about. What am I talking about? It is enough, dude. Look at that glitch, dude. The fuck? Come on now. Come on now. I need gold. That's what I'm missing. Anyway, I think doing this enough. Just technically 3 into it's enough. Don't. Wait. Do I have anything raw? Yeah, finally. We go to the smoker. Go to the phosphor minerals. Give me the stone. Maybe 4 of them. I don't think I can do anything with that. Yep. I'm missing some money. That's my goal. Let's go here. Let's go. See? Yep, enough. Here is another gold. You are just regular. Come, I said. Oh, not I guess. Fucking bitch. Yep. That is the bottleneck I wanted. Oh no, I'm stupid idiot. Let's go chop something. I don't chop because I want to clear the area, but because it's just I just need so much love. Is that not enough? Okay. I mean, this is cool cleaning opportunity that I rarely get, but yeah. That will be so much cleaner now. And we will become a civilization eventually. Cool. Stone. I need one more. With stone. Oh yeah. There you go with Now we're free to go wherever we wanted. Let's go. I think I'm going over this mountain, because I never actually go there. My god, this is so far away. Imagine if I don't have double jump though. This would be so painful to climb. I don't know. Just sounds good. Oh, this is really unnecessarily large cliff, dude. Come on. What is going on? Can't even see it, dude. How come I died there? Where is that, dude? What? Okay, this probably under the mountain, under the water. There's a bridge there. Let's go explore. Fuck. You see the damage happening. I'm that powerful now. With all the ancient I can have. What is that, dude? Is that a ruin portal there? How boring. And a couple of eyeball. Let's loot here. Just another one as well. Just let's do. Let's see. Yep, yes, that's... What is that though? That's cancel deck? Oh my god. That's not the front door. That door? Yep, that is. Fuck up the... Fuck us. The fuck is going on here? What's this? Oh, this is a map thing, shit. Oh yeah, that is so boring. Anyway, what is this? Diamond? You know I love those. I can jump that high. Haven't. Then I fuck. Now let's see, what is that? Let's go explore. Stupid idiot. Burn is reflective that say anything. Which is, oh my god, it's a, I thought it was a march from hell though. Just a normal leg. Okay, I guess. I mean, this is such nice view. I would not hate it to live here. Anyway, this is so annoying. Yum. 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 The chunk is struggling to render, which is interesting. Wait, is this a bad landed? There gold. What is this? Savannah plan. Finally it happened. Do I just wait for the world to regenerate? I see something. What is this? It's not a chat. What is this? Red latch. This look like a... What is this, friend? Interesting. Have fun on your job. I'm taking this. Why is it lagging so much? I don't get it. What is it? Quick charge? Wait, I thought this was like... Oh, just some sleeping. Why is it lagging so bad? New work, maybe? New work. Why is it that? Why is it so hard? This book is nice. Anyway, yes, I guess. Yep, it's lagging so hard. Is that it? No, there's more. Based on the ship. Why do I even need to craft them though at this point? I just stole them from the Death Explorer. Mana? What is that? Maybe if I up my... This is a kind of bad idea, but I'm doing it anyway. That's a bad idea. It probably will make the problem worse now. Yeah, I need that. I'm looting from... What's disrespect? Anyway, something more? Come on now. I'm looting from the dead, and I am not dead. But I'm just thinking that my Genshin shit would be full, dude. Now I realize. But whatever. Whatever, dude. There's things. Okay. Ping talk. Ping talk. What is ping talk? I forgot to check last time. Ping talk. Ping talk. Where is it? Ping. It's not ping. It's ping. It's not part of this. Don't think it is. Don't play it. So what is it though? Here? What about that? Anyway, is that it? Let's see. It seems like that's it. Small structure. Which is interesting for one. This is that all that, alright. Alright, baby. I keep rendering new chunks so it lags so bad. But I just went to the... I just went back. What is happening? Sorry for the lag, guys. It's not enjoyable for me either. So yeah. I'm not fixing it though. Just... What? Oh, it's just... I thought it was stone for a moment. It's... But apparently not. But apparently that it is not. That the structure I just visited, yep. Seems like it, wait, that's a new one. It's getting night. Getting... Can't scare me like that. A 59 or 58? I don't actually know. Yep, there it is. Oh my god. But this is a different one? Or no, I just haven't checked the outside. By protection, huh? I know. Wait, it's healing actually. Maybe. Gasoline, with the power of the sun, it's healing itself. Let's go again. That's actually good. Keep. Nothing here. But fuck. What is? Ah, okay. It. Come on. Come on, right? Maybe high. Maybe extreme. Maybe aggressive. Maybe I patch for this or maybe. Punch. Still not fitting. I mean, that's a little chunk. What is that? An outpost, huh? A fucking. I will to end that. That is kind of crazy. Hmm. Hmm. That's a multiplayer server. Interesting. Platinum Chang, what the fuck is platinum? Oh, dude, this shit. Chill, bro. Chill. Chill, dude. Friends. This sound, dude. Chill. Chill, I said. Stop. Okay, my bad, guys. I'm getting greedy. Oh my god. Maybe I should turn off my header for this. It's still the same, dude. What the fuck? Come on, let it go. Very. Don't miss that everything, maybe. As far as chance, nothing. What is this sound, dude? Is it the ladder that? Is it the ladder? That's right, if it is. No, it's not the ladder. What is making it this way? That what is this? What is that? Another well, another. I still can deal the pitch. Like maybe lower this. No, it's not better. It's just unbearable. Oh my god, unbearable. Oh my god, let me move. What is going on? Let me check my manager. Let's see. I see now. Fix out. Yes. I wonder why. Because of this. Come on now, shut up. Scotland. And it doesn't even matter. Don't. I should have not used. Kinda suck. Do something like better, maybe. That is better. Maybe I'll try Foxy. Let's see, Foxy. Stun Horizon. Foxy. Hmm. No. But my lesson is so maxed out right now, dude. And I still don't wanna play it. And I still will not play it now. Oh, wait. Wait, it crashed, dude. Oh no. No, dude. Rhodium. Rhodium. I need to downgrade my Rhodium. Okay. I'm going to downgrade my Sodium because Foxy doesn't support the newest version yet. So I don't know. Don't know about that. Like yeah. What hour is it? Yeah, I can do a bit more. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Na 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 na. It's over. It's all over. It's over, dude. It's all over. Let's back up and load. I mean, this is it. I found it. Oh my god. It's not doing anything quite yet. Which is weird. Why is it not enabled? Do I need to do something? Why is it not working though? Let me check on the internet. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Actually, this is crazy. Bobby? No, I don't have Bobby. That is crazy though. Oh wait a minute. So I just need to general up this chunk a bit. I mean it's still happening on either. My chunk rendering is not that good though. Chunk kencang. Great. I should install Chunky now. That I have Foxy. Yeah, I should install Chunky or other pre-gen. Unless I don't need to, of course. But I feel like I need to. Like to go to that. What the fuck am I doing? What did I click? This way is smoother. Interesting. There's enough Chunky, so let me get out real quick. Trying out C2M engine dude. Let's see. Interesting. Back up though. But my world size dude, like just double it. Double it and give it to the next person. I'm something that I let's see. Apparently cannot. This is cool. Isn't that America? Don't but the what think about it. It's the new mod I got. RAM is 5. Mm, but that's it.